All right. Let's see if we can do this. All right. I believe that we are live. Ok, creo que ya tenemos el enlace. Estamos listos. Chicos, el enlace que voy a enviar al grupo es de esta misma clase, entonces tranquilos, no tienen que accesarlo. Si por alguna razón durante la clase de hoy, ¿verdad?, se quedan sin señal o la aula virtual, ¿verdad?, simplemente decide por sí misma, no, usted ya no vuelve a entrar, entonces pueden utilizar ese enlace para volver, por lo menos aunque sea, a escuchar, ¿verdad?, lo que estamos haciendo y por dónde vamos y qué es lo que estamos realizando. Let's do the next question. Vamos a hacer la próxima pregunta. Let's do the question number 3. Look at the photo. What do you think is happening? How do you think the man on the right feels? So vamos a ver esta imagen. We're going to look at this picture up here, and we're going to make it a little bit smaller so you can actually see. A bit uncomfortable, right? So I have a question. What is happening? Can somebody tell me? What is happening here?
Teacher is a man sleeping very comfortably on another man's shoulders.
That's right. That's right. He is fast asleep. He is deeply asleep.
A man fell asleep on the shoulder of a stranger.
That's right. We know that it's a stranger, like Tati says, because look at the face of the man with glasses. How does that man feel? Disculpen, chicos, si escuchan tal vez algún tipo de sonido ambiente. I live with other people. The man invades the personal space of the other man. You are correct, Brian. This man with the beard, he is invading the personal space of the other man. The man with glasses feels very uncomfortable, I'm sure, right? Because this man is not being polite. He does not have good manners. Or maybe he is very tired. Who knows, right? Maybe he's very, 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 very tired. We must not judge. But I don't think this is a thing that's very polite. Y nada más una nota antes de continuar. Sabemos que esto es una foto en un montaje porque este avión está completamente vacío aparte de estas 4 personas, lo cual a menos de que esta foto fue tomada durante la pandemia, es algo que es inaudito para una aerolínea que haya nada más 4 personas en un avión. No, that does not happen. That plane should be full. That plane should be full of people. All right, guys, let's do, I believe that's all. Yeah, that's it for the first page. Let's move on. Complete the survey, then compare your answers with a partner. So, vamos a completar este survey. What does survey mean in Spanish? What is that word? Survey. What is it? What is survey? Do you remember?
Encuesta.
Encuesta, prof.
Encuesta, that's right. Eso mismo, encuesta. So, vamos a completar the survey or encuesta, and we're going to compare our answers in a little bit. So here we have manners, past and present. Manners are, por supuesto, normas de cortesía. Past and present. We're going to read this little paragraph, and we're going to mark each of these sentences either as true or a 1 for never true, a 2 for true in the past but now, or a 3 for still true now. Entonces, we're going to read and we're going to mark with a 1 if it is false, right? If the norma de cortesía is never true. We're going to do a 2 if the norma of cortesía was true in the past but not in 2020. Or 3 if the norma de cortesía was true in the past and is still true today in 2020. So let's read first. Let's read. It says, ideas about manners change over time. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Ideas about manners change over time. These statements below come from a book called Youth's Educator for Home Society. The book was published in 1896. Some of these statements are probably still true today. Others may not be true. All right. I have to say this is individual, this is personal. So you're going to mark each one of these with your personal opinion, and we're going to compare them at the end. So we have 10 different ones. Let's see if we can make this a little bit smaller. And we're going to read each one. So number 1 says, at the dinner table, serve the adults first, then serve the children. Number 2 says, never come to the table with dirty hands or uncombed hair. Uncombed is despeinado, everyone. Uncombed is despeinado. I explain it because este término is very strange and casi no se usa. It is almost not used in modern English. It is almost not used. Number 3 says, eat slowly for good manners. Don't talk with food in your mouth. All right. Number 4, young girls should never go anywhere without an older person. Okay, interesting. Just taking a sip of my water. A man should take off his hat when he goes into a house. All right. Number 6, a man should always carry packages for a woman. Do not speak in a language that others in your group do not understand. A woman should start a handshake with a man. Home is the best place to learn good manners. Being polite means we want to make everyone around us comfortable. So, aparte de los términos, ¿verdad? That we already saw, ¿hay alguna otra palabra, some vocabulary that you think, teacher, I don't know what this is, I don't understand? ¿Hay alguna expresión o vocabulario, chicos, que tal vez les es nueva, aparte de las que ya, ¿verdad? Explicamos alguna palabra que ustedes digan, no sé qué es esto. Para que me pregunten y así podemos we can check, revisar qué les significaban los números con los que tenemos que completar esta parte, ¿verdad? En esos espacios. Voy a darles un momento para que vean las 10 opciones. All right, si no hay dudas en cuanto a vocabulario, igualmente si se les ocurre alguna ahorita más adelante, cero problemas, total confianza, me pueden preguntar. Remember, we have to write either 1, 2, or 3 in the spaces, 1 being that the norma de cortesía is never true, nunca es cierta. 2, that the norma de cortesía was true in the past, but not in 2020. Or 3, la norma de cortesía siempre ha sido cierta. The manner is still true now in modern times. So, voy a darles unos 30 segundos, everyone. 30 seconds. Vamos a poner nuestro cronómetro por acá. 30 seconds para que marquen cada una de estas y al final comparamos. All right, everyone, let's see how it goes. Vamos a ver cómo nos va. So, for number 1, it says, at the dinner table, serve the adults first, then serve the children. Is this 1, never true, 2, true in the past, but not now, or 3, still true now? ¿Qué escribieron? What did you write? ¿O qué les asignarían ustedes a esta primera? 1, 2, or 3?
Number 1.
Number 1, all right. Jason, what were you going to say?
It's still true now.
All right, number 3 for Jason. Gabby says number 2.
Teacher,
Yeah?
true in the past, but not now.
All right, true in the past, but not now. So Gabby and Veronica say 2, Tati says 1, and Jason says 3. Brian, Maria Fernanda, what do you think?
I think the true in the past, but not now.
All right, true in the past, but not now. Maria, what about you?
The same with the Brayita.
All right, number 2, true in the past, but not now. Let's see. Alexandra, hello, can you hear me? No sé si podrás usar el micrófono, compañera. Bueno, no estoy seguro si me logras escuchar. Cualquier cosa, si no puedes utilizar el micrófono, nada más ahí me avisas, ¿verdad? So we have 2 for number 1, 1 and 3. So in my opinion, I'm going to complete this with my opinion, by the way. I think this was true in the past because I remember that my grandparents used to speak about how they would have to serve their parents first, and then they would eat later. So I think this is true in the past, but is not true now. I don't think this is true now. I think it is contrary. I think the children eat first now and then the adults. But that's okay. That's fine. How about number 2? Never come to the table with dirty hands or uncombed hair. Is this 1, never true, 2, true in the past but not now, or 3, still true now? What is your opinion?
Teacher, I think it's still true now.
All right. Vero says it's still true now. She says it's a number 3. Gabby says it's a number 2.
In my opinion, it's number 3.
Okay, Tati says number 3. What do the rest say?
In my opinion, number 3.
All right.
Number 3, teacher.
Number 3.
I think the number 3, but I'm not sure about uncombed hair because I sometimes or always with uncombed hair in the table. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say something about that. Gabby actually changed her answer. She says that, yes, this is true now. In my opinion, I think that never come to the table with dirty hands. That is completely true now. But not with the uncombed hair. I think people in certain houses that, have strict manners or have a strict way of seeing things, they say, do not come to the table if you have not brushed your hair. And maybe in some houses, tal vez en algunas casas, if some people say, "Está despeinado, ni se arrime a la mesa." But, people are different, and there are some people in some houses that don't have that rule. Hay gente que no tiene esa regla. So I would say this is still true now. I would say this is still true now. In general, it is still true. The third one says, eat slowly for good manners. Don't talk with food in your mouth. Is this 1, never true, 2, true in the past but not now, or 3, still true now? I think this is definitive, right? Creo que esto es algo definitivo. All right.
Number 3.
Yep, number 3. I would completely write number 3 on this one as well. This is still true now and very evident. So, number 4 says, I believe we all agree, right? Todos estamos de acuerdo with number 3, that this is still true now. I think nobody is in disagreement. If you are, then please say, but I think we all agree, right, that is still true now. The fourth one says, young girls should never go anywhere without an older person. Never true, true in the past, but not now, or still true now? What is your opinion?
It's still true now.
All right, Brian says it's still true now. So Brian says number 3. What do the others say?
Profe, yo igual, number 3.
Number 3, still true now. All right. Gabby says number 2, true in the past, but not now.
Number
Sometimes.
3.
Number 3 for Jason. All right.
Se me confundió todo, ¿no vio?
Let's see. how about the next one? How about the next one? It says, so for me personally, young girls should never go anywhere without an older person. I have to say that I think this is number 2 because when we say young girls, how young? Like if they're children, of course, never go out without an older person. But young girls, we can be talking about, 16, 17, 18 maybe. They go out alone all the time. So I don't know. Sometimes you can say, all right, young girls, maybe they can go out without an older person. I would say number 2 on this one. It was true in the past because in the past, if you were a girl, you could not go out without being accompanied by a man, specifically a man. Now, I think that girls that are 15, 16, and 17, they go out alone, even if they are not accompanied. I say that thinking about modern countries, right? Digo esto pensando en países modernos en donde security is good. Seguridad es buena. But in Costa Rica, I'm afraid it is not good. So in Costa Rica, I think this is still a 3. I think this is a 3. I think that for the rest of the world, it is a 2. But in Costa Rica, this is a 3. So we need to fix that. Tenemos que arreglar eso. We need to fix that. Because young girls, they're citizens. They should be able to go out without being scared or in danger. So I think that we should go for a number 2. Number 5 says, a man should take off his hat when he goes into a house. So in Costa Rica, in the past and in the present, was this 1, never true, 2, true in the past but not now, or 3, still true now? What do you think?
In my opinion, number 2.
All right, Tati says number 2. What do the rest say? ¿Qué dicen los demás?
I think number 1, never true.
All right, Beto says never true for number 1. What do the rest say?
Number 2.
Okay, Alexandra says number 2. We would have to be talking about very old Costa Rica, like Costa Rica more than 100 years ago. More than 100 years ago, when men actually wore hats, because today men do not wear hats, right? Because one thing is that you wear a hat and another thing is wearing a cap. I do think this was true in the past. Sí siento que esto was true in the past, but maybe 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago, a long time ago, a man should always carry packages for a woman. I think I skipped this one when we were reading them out loud. A man should always carry packages for a woman. What do you think? Never true, true in the past, but not now, still true now.
True in the past, but not now.
All right, Beto says true in the past, but not now. Gabi too. Gabi says true in the past, but not now. Dicen los demás.
Number 2.
number 2?
I think the trait is still true now, because for be polite.
All right, good point. Good point. Good point. Sorry, good point. I was going to say good point. Yes, to be polite. And Alexandra says number 2 as well. So I think that if you want to be polite, this is my personal opinion, by the way. I think that if you want to be polite, you can help anyone. You can help an old man, you can help a woman, you can help another person. It doesn't really matter if they are old, young, if they're a man, if they're a woman, because being polite is not about, oh, because you're a woman, I'm going to help you. No, it's, oh, you need help, so I'm going to help you. I don't care if you're a woman or not. So in my personal opinion, I think that in the past, a man should always carry packages for a woman because they thought that women were weak, because that they thought women were not strong, they thought that women were inferior. So should a man always carry packages for a woman? I think this is never true. I think this is a 1. For me, this is a 1 because if you're going to carry packages for somebody, it's like Brian said, because you want to be polite, not because, oh, you're a woman, you need help, or you're a man, you need help, or you're sick, you need help. No, you can help people because you want to help, not because, oh, I feel pity. Pity is lástima. Oh, I feel pity for you, so I'm going to help you. No, I don't think that's true. But I do think that in the past, this was much more common than in the present. I think that people right now, people are very selfish. People are very selfish. What is selfish in Spanish? ¿Qué significa esa palabra? Selfish. What is that?
Egoísta.
Egoísta. That's right. Egoísta. Very good, Brian. And that's right, Gabby. Egoísta. I think that people today are very selfish. So they do not help other people. They do not help carry packages. They don't do anything. This is an interesting one. So in Costa Rica, we usually speak Spanish, and we do not have many opportunities to hear someone else speaking a different language. But I want to know your opinion. What do you think? Should a person not speak in a language that others in the group don't understand? Do you think that's true? Do you think that was true in the past, or do you think that's true now? What is your opinion? Okay, Gabby says 1. Never true. Interesting, interesting.
Number 1.
All right.
Number 1, teacher, I think.
All right. Interesting, interesting. Maria says number 1 as well. Alexandra says number 1. And Jason says number 1. Very, very interesting. So I'm a little confused about this one, says Brian. I'm going to give you an example. I have a lot of cousins. I have like 20 cousins, which to me are a lot, but I don't know if to you that's little, but I have a lot of cousins in my opinion. Most do not speak English. They only speak Spanish. They live here or they live in Pérez Celedón, but most of them, they only speak Spanish. My sister, she speaks English because she likes to watch videos on the internet and she likes Minecraft and a bunch of these things. Now, when my cousins come visit, my sister likes to speak in English to me because she doesn't want them to understand what she's saying. And I tell her, or I say, Suri, don't do that. That is disrespectful. Because it is a bit awkward, es un poco incómodo, when we're in a group and we're all speaking Spanish, and suddenly, de repente, somebody speaks in English, and nobody understands. So I tell my sister, don't do that because that's disrespectful, speak in Spanish. But I don't know what about you? I don't know what your opinion on it is. Do you think it's disrespectful? For example, if you were in my position, if you were me, would you think it's disrespectful?
I may say that in that case, it's like a special case. I mean, it's the kid. It's really, for adults, not for kids. So I think that in that case could be an exception.
All right, interesting take. Gabby says that this could be an exception. She cut out a little bit. She says that my example is an exception to this rule, but with adults, it's different. With adults, it would be different. All right, I'm gonna take it. I think you are right. If we are talking about adults, I do think that the rules are a little different, if we're gonna put it that way. So, if si no me equivoco, Alejandra has to be watching right now. So, hello, Ale, if you are watching. I hope your connection is well. I hope your connection is good. So I hope you can hear us correctly. For number 8, 9, and 10. A woman should start a handshake with a man. We're going to do these quickly. Number 8. A woman should start a handshake with a man. 1, never true. 2, true in the past. 3, still true. Brian says 1. Thank you, Brian. I couldn't read that text, by the way. I think it was a good example as well. I think that was a good exception, like Gabby said. All right, everyone says it's a 1, never true. Yeah, I don't think this was true in the past either. I think this is just the book inventando cosas to confuse us. Number 9 says, home is the best place to learn good manners. Oh my God. Do you think this is 1, never true, 2, true in the past, or 3, still true today? All right, Brian says 3, Tati says 3, Gabby says 3, and Alexandra says 3 as well. All right.
Number
Number 3 says Vero as well. Vero says number 3. All right, we're gonna do number 3. I think you are correct, but some people have children that, you know, it seems like it isn't the best place in the school. Sometimes children do not behave well, but I think that's another complex topic that I'm not going to get into today. Being polite means we want to make everyone around us comfortable. Never true, true in the past, still true today. 1, 2, or 3 for number 10. El ser corteses significa que queremos hacer a todas las personas alrededor de nosotros cómodas. All right, everyone's saying that's a 3. That's still true. Yeah, I agree with you. That is a number 3. That is a number 3 indeed. This is still true today. We want to make people comfortable. We want to have good communication, like I believe it was Jason who said that we need to be polite to have good communication. All right, so we're going to start with our first listening. It says, be polite, vocabulary. Here are some words from listening 1. Read the definitions, then circle the best word to complete each sentence. So we have behavior, that is a noun, which is the way you act. We have courtesy, which is a noun, and is pleasant behavior that shows respect for other people. We have etiquette. Etiquette. And I want you to repeat after me in your houses, in your homes. Please repeat after me. Behavior. Behavior. Courtesy. Courtesy. Etiquette. Etiquette. Etiquette is a noun and are the rules for courtesy and polite behavior. That is etiquette. So repeat after me. Manners. Manners. Manners is a noun and it is acceptable behavior in a culture. Polite. Polite. Polite is an adjective, which is a characteristic. And this characteristic is to have good manners and show courtesy, pleasant behavior, and acceptable. And finally, rude. Rude. Rude is an adjective, which is a characteristic, and it means the opposite of polite. So, not polite. Let's complete each sentence with the correct word, everyone. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have to read each sentence. We have to choose the correct word. So for example, in number 1, you should always treat coworkers with, y tenemos behavior and courtesy. You should always treat coworkers with courtesy and respect. Good manners are important at work. So you choose 1. One of the words in parentheses. We're going to do this in 1 minute. Vamos a hacer esto en 1 minuto, compañeros. This is rather quick. 1 minuto, minuto y medio. All right. Dentro de este lapso de tiempo vamos a trabajar y después we're going to check. Revisamos. So please start now. All right, everyone, let's check. Let's see how it went. So for number 2, it says men whose behavior or courtesy.
In my opinion, is behavior.
That's right, that is correct. Min whose behavior in today's class was terrible. He arrived late, he talked on his cell phone, and then he went to sleep. And then he went to sleep, that has an exclamation mark. Number 3, I'm nervous about the dinner party tonight. There are so many different glasses and forks on the table. Can I borrow your book about etiquette or behavior?
Etiquette.
That's right. I think what, Vero?
Etiquette.
Etiquette, that's right, etiquette. And let's see the chat. Tati says etiquette, that is correct. I'm nervous about the dinner party tonight. There are so many different glasses and forks on the table. Can I borrow your book about etiquette? Number 4, when you stay at a friend's house, it is polite or rude?
I think polite.
All right. Brian, what were you gonna say?
Okay, I think polite.
All right.
Polite too.
All right, Tati and Brian say polite, and Vero as well. You are correct. When you stay at a friend's house, it is polite to write them a thank you note. It shows you are a good friend. That child was very rude to everyone. Parents should teach their kids better manners or courtesy.
Manners.
All right, Tati says manners. Okay, and los demás, what do the rest say?
Manners, teacher.
Manners.
Manners.
All right. Everyone is saying manners. Maria says manners. Alexandra says manners. You are correct. That child was very rude to everyone. Parents should teach their kids better manners. Read the sentences. Circle the answer that best matches the meaning of each bold word. So this is a multiple choice. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 options. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller so you can actually see. 140, that does not work. 120. Oh, please fit. No, not even close. Okay, 70 then. Oh, that's too far away. Oh, barely. Let's do 80. All right, so we have to read each sentence, and we have to circle or choose or mark with an X, whatever you want, the answer that best matches the meaning of the word that is in bold, like admit or society, increase, violence, and scream. So we have to choose the answer that best matches the meaning. La opción, excuse me, que mejor vaya con el significado of the word that is in bold. Let's see if we can make this a little bit bigger. All right. Oh, come on. Move. Thank you. All right. Let's see if I can. Um, okay, I wanted to hide this taskbar, but I'm afraid I do not know how to do it. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We're just gonna have to conform with what we have. We're going to do this at 78%, and we're gonna hide our taskbar. Okay. Can you read, or is it too small? I think that it's too small. Let's do 80 without the taskbar. That is still too small. All right, everyone, give me just 1 second, please. Technical difficulties, because I do not like this Acrobat software. There we go. All right. Can you read? Or do I make it bigger? Everyone? ¿Podemos leer o lo hago más grande, chicos?
Yo lo ocupo un poquito más grande, pero casi no veo.
All right. So let's do... Okay, let's do 1 to 4, and then we'll do 5 together. Let's see if I can get a little bit bigger. This is 125, so let's do 115, and let's hide our taskbar. Perfect, perfect. Is that okay, Maria?
Sí, profe, está perfecto.
All right, perfect. 1 minute, and we check. Un minuto. All right, everyone, so let's do number 1. Number 1 says, I admit that I made a mistake. I was rude to Sarah. Does admit mean agree it is true or wish it is wrong? A or B? What do you say? ¿Qué dará a entender la palabra admit?
Admitir o aceptar, teacher.
That's right, that's right, that's right. Admitir o aceptar. Por ende, de las dos opciones que tenemos acá, la oración dice, yo admito que cometí un error, fui grosero con Sara. La palabra admit significa que la persona está de acuerdo con que es cierto o desearía que fuese equivocado. A or B. Queda entender la expresión admit en el contexto de la oración como tal. Yo admito que cometí un error. Eso significa que la persona está de acuerdo con que algo es cierto o que desearía que estuviese equivocado. A or B.
I think B, teacher.
All right, Vero says B. Brian says A.
A for me, teacher.
Jason says A. All right. Many others say A in the chat as well. So the correct answer for this one, and I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. And now that we're checking, we don't need this to be so small. So for number one, I think that it is letter A, correct. Agree, it is true. Because the person, la persona que dice the sentence, yo admito que cometí un error, está demostrando que está de acuerdo con que el hecho de que él o ella, no sabemos, cometió un error es cierto. Alude al significado de admit, que es admitir o aceptar. En cambio, admit no da a entender en ningún momento en esta oración que esta persona desearía que fuese distinto o que fuese equivocado. No, él o ella está diciendo, yo admito, I admit that I made a mistake. I was rude to Sarah. So that is the meaning of admit. Es el significado de admit. In number two, we have, in that society, it's normal for people to arrive late. Entre paréntesis, Costa Rica. Being late is okay in that culture. So society, what does it mean? A group of people at a party, or the people of one country or area? A or B?
B.
Jason says B. Gabby says B. Let's see. Brian says B. Veronica says B. Alexandra and Maria as well. You are correct. The people of one area, of one country or area. That's right. That is the meaning of society in this case. Number three says, one reason to increase in car accidents, or sorry, one reason for the increase in car accidents is that people don't pay attention to the road. So increase is smaller number or growing number? A or B? All right, Gabby says B, Brian says B as well. Vero says B and Maria as well. You are correct. Una razón por el incremento en accidentes de tránsito es que las personas no ponen atención a la carretera. Entonces, incremento or increase es, por supuesto, un número creciente or a growing number, un número ascendente o que sube o que aumenta. Number four says, there's too much violence in video games. It's not good to see characters fight and kill. So violence is about rude or impolite words done to hurt someone. A or B? All right, Gabby says B. Maria and Tati say B. Alexandra say B. And Veronica says B. You are correct. You are correct. When we talk about violence in this context, we are talking about actions done to hurt. Very important. What is the meaning of hurt in this context? What is hurt in Spanish? Herir, that's right, herir o lastimar. So that is what we mean when we say violence. And number 5, when a soccer player scores a goal, the people in the stadium often scream with excitement. The noise is incredible. So is scream A, speak in very loud voices, or B, speak very quietly? What is scream? A or B?
A.
A, that's right, Jason. It is letter A indeed. It is to speak in very, very loud voices. You are correct. So we're good with vocabulary. Our vocabulary is fine. I think we have all the right words. So now we are going to continue with the listening skill, which is to predict. Now let's make this a little smaller because we cannot read. We cannot read. All right, listening skill, predicting. Can somebody help me read where it says, as a listener? Anyone? ¿Alguien que guste ayudarme a leer? Donde viene as a listener, hasta donde dice prepare to listen.
Me, teacher.
Thank you, Jason.
As a listener, you can always predict or guess what you are going to hear. There's no way to know what people are going to talk about a party, or what you are going to hear on the street. At other times, you can predict the topic, for example, in class, on TV, or on the radio. In this case, you can prepare to listen.
That's right. Thank you, Jason. So predicting, usually we cannot predict what something is going to be about, right? We cannot predict. But other times you can predict the topic for what you're going to listen to about. So if it is a class, for example, find out about the topic. For a radio or TV program, look at the program guide. For a class, check the class schedule or your notes from the last class. Ask, what do I know about this topic? For example, if you are going to watch a TV documentary about tigers, you might ask questions like these. What do I know about tigers? What do they like? Where do they live? So, esta habilidad de escuche, predicting, means predecir. Usually, you cannot predict or predecir what you are going to hear, right? Because hearing is spontaneous. El escuchar es espontáneo. But, dependiendo de la situación, you can prepare for a listening. For example, si yo les digo, la próxima clase, next class, we're going to look at this, and this. Y les doy la temática, les doy, ok, vamos a ver esto, esto y esto y esto sobre X, Y tema. All right, de nuevo, no pueden predecir lo que yo voy a decir con exactitud, pero sí pueden prepararse. You can prepare yourself. How do you do that? Acá nos lo indican. Find out about the topic. I do not want to subrayar there. Oh, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Find out about the topic. That is number 1. So if I say, chicos, we're going to look at prepositions. All right, so antes de la clase, what are prepositions? You prepare for what you're going to listen to. If you're in a class that is very difficult, the teacher says, next class, we're going to look at this topic. All right, so if it is very difficult, prepare. Look for the topic on the internet. And you ask yourself, what do I know about this topic? Or in the example, what do I know about prepositions, right? As an example, this is how you predict what the listening or what you're going to do will be about. For example, if you're going to watch a TV documentary about tigers, before you watch, because now you can choose when to watch, when not to watch, you can ask yourself these questions. What do I know about tigers? What do they like? Where do they live? To prepare to watch the TV documentary, right? You prepare for the TV documentary about tigers using these questions. So let's practice. Let's practice, everyone. Preview listening 1. Hello, Patri. Sorry, acabo de ver el chat. Hola, buenas, profe. Apenas vengo saliendo del trabajo. Para que sepa que ya estoy aquí. De acuerdo, Patri. Ya estás por acá, which is what is important. So, vamos a hacer esta premisa for listening number 1. Ojo lo que nos dice. You are going to listen to a radio program called Book Talk. The people on the program talk about the civility solution, what to do when people are rude. It is a book about the need for more polite behavior. What do you think is the best way to respond to a rude person? Discuss your idea with a partner. All right, so we're going to listen to this, and I have this question before we listen. So, digamos que ustedes se encuentran con la persona más rude, grosera que hay sobre la historia. What do you think is the best way to respond to a rude person? Quiero una opinión de cada uno. What is the way? ¿Cómo es la forma? What do you do? If you're at a supermarket and somebody is being very rude, says rude words, what do you say? How do you respond? All right, Gabby says being polite as much as possible or leave that person alone. Interesting. That sounds like something I would do. I would totally do that. I'm pretty sure you guys have different answers though. Los demás, ¿qué harían?
Teacher, I would think that being polite and not like the person.
That's right. Being polite, avoiding conflict. That would be. I'm not saying that that's the best way for each case, but that's what I would do. I would avoid conflict, or I would leave, like Gabby said. I would totally leave that situation. Walk away. I would walk away. If it gets personal, I'm getting mad. I'm getting angry, and I'm gonna start shouting. if it if it is personal. But if it is not, then I walk away. I walk away. Los demás compañeros, ¿cuál es su protocolo? ¿Están con alguien grosero? ¿No los está tratando bien? ¿Hacen como Gaby, Vero y yo? Or what do you do? Okay, Brian says, I respond ruder than this person. No, I'm just kidding. I just ignore. Oh, menos mal, Brian. Yes, ignoring is a good way of avoiding conflict. Avoiding conflict. Like I said, walk away. Walk away would be a good way. Tati says ignore or respect and polite. Yeah. Yeah, that is the mature thing to do, right? That is the mature thing to do. You are being respectful and you ignore this person, you keep your distance. You keep your distance. Los demás? In the supermarket, I must ignore for my sake. You must ignore, María, pero creo que eso no es lo que usted quiere hacer. No sé si eso es lo que usted quiere hacer en todo caso. No. I know. Sometimes you get very angry and you want to shout and say ruder things like Brian said. Jason, what about you? What would you do? Do you get angry, Jason, or do you walk away? Do you ignore? Do you stay silent? What do you do?
Teacher, for me, it's best to leave or ignore the next time this person.
Yeah, that's usually the best thing to do. We ignore. Patri says, sometimes it's better to walk away before falling into their game and being aggressive. Yes, that is the intelligent thing to do. That is the intelligent thing to do. Alexandra would be, I would be polite to the person and not be the same as he treated me. All right, we're adults. We're adults. That's awesome. That's amazing, guys. We're all adults and we're going to treat people with respect. Es mejor aquí corrió que aquí murió. That is right. That is right. But like I said, if the person is getting very personal or saying, or is somebody that is my friend or is a family member, then maybe not. Maybe I won't walk away. Maybe I will engage with the conversation. Who knows? Who knows? So the next part, thank you everyone for your answers, by the way. The next part says, you're going to listen to 3 parts of the radio program, remember? Before you listen to each part, discuss the question with a partner. Predict what the speaker will say. Listen to check your prediction. So vamos a practicar predecir. For part 1, the host of the program is going to introduce his guest, right? And ya sabemos that the radio program va a tratar, bueno, se llama Book Talk, ¿verdad? In which they talk about books and is going to talk about this book, The Civility. Oh, come on. I can't. It's going to talk about the civility solution. What to do when people are rude. This is the book that they are going to talk about in this radio program. So in part 1, which is what we're going to listen to in a little bit, the host of the program is going to introduce his guest. What information do you think he will include? Entonces estamos hablando de la primera parte de este programa de radio. Tenemos el anfitrión, which is the host, ¿verdad? Que tiene al guest, que es el invitado. En esta introducción, what information do you think the host o el anfitrión will include? Pensemos en todas las veces en las que hemos visto entrevistas on the internet, on YouTube, on television. What would most probably, que es lo más probable, that the host will say, que el host dirá en esta primera parte introductoria? No es necesario que nosotros sepamos el nombre del libro, no es necesario que sepamos el nombre siquiera del invitado. Hay cosas que siempre ocurren, las cuales informan nuestra forma de predecir un listening como el siguiente. Por ende, ustedes díganme a mí, ok, profesor, I think that, yo creo que, de fijo, tiene que decir esto, tiene que decir esto otro. I think that he or she has to say this, has to say that, has to say the following. What do you think? En esta parte introductoria, ¿qué tiene que venir? ¿Qué tiene que venir? Si es una entrevista. What do you think, guys? What should be in this introductory part? So, in my opinion, I think that it should have a greeting, de fijo. It should have a greeting. We're gonna make a list. Voy a escribirlo acá. De fijo tiene que tener un greeting o un saludo for it to be polite. De otra forma, sería una entrevista un poco extraña. Brian, what were you gonna say?
I think the host probably said the name of the guest and why is famous or what is his occupation.
That's right. So this is something. Name of the guest. Why are they famous? Very good. Or why? What is their occupation? Very good. All right. What do you say? ¿Qué dicen? ¿Nos quedamos con la predicción del compañero, con la mía, o gustan agregar otra cosa? ¿Qué podría venir en esa parte introductoria, además de lo que ya establecimos? Si no se nos ocurre nada más, podemos perfectamente escuchar el audio y verificar. So let's see if I can find this audio, everyone.
It is part of the mountain.
All right.
Kuma advises.
Can you give us an example? Part of the wall. Believes there is an increase in rudeness.
All right, I think I found it.
This is common courtesy
Their behavior
and polite isn't easy. Learn to do that. You're rude to me, so I'm rude.
And maybe achievements, dice Brian. Yeah, totally. I would think so. I would think as much.
When someone is rude to us, it is not.
everyone. I'm preview listening 1.
All right.
Be polite.
Here we
3. Part 1. Good evening, everyone. I'm Scott Weber, your host on Book Talk. Tonight, our book person, Lynn Hancock, is here. So, Lynn, tell us what you have for us this week.
Thanks, Scott. I have a little book here called The Civility Solution, What to Do When People Are Rude. It's by P.M. Forney, a professor of Italian literature at Johns Hopkins University. Professor Forney believes that there is an increase in rudeness.
Does he really think that people are ruder now than in the past?
All right, that was the intro. Very short, pero sí se cumplieron dos de nuestras predicciones, déjenme decirles. Evidentemente hubo un saludo, a greeting. So I was right. Awesome. Hooray. I was right. There was going to be a greeting because the host said good evening. And Brian said that there was going to be the name of the guest. What is the name of the guest? Do you remember? Do you remember her first name? Maybe not her full name, but what is her first name? Do you remember? Lynn. That's right, Lynn. I believe it was Lynn Hancock or something like that. So, a greeting and the name of the guest. Cosas que nos hicieron falta en esa predicción, que después de haber escuchado esa introducción, uno dice, pues obviamente, ¿verdad? Because tal vez we didn't think about what the audio was gonna say. El host says his name, or says their name, ¿verdad? Si no sabemos si es a man or a woman, the host says their name. Esto podría haber sido una predicción. Host says their name. Oh, the guest, si sabemos que esto es un book talk, ¿verdad? About books, and that there's going to be a guest speaking about a book. Entonces, el guest introduces a book. Otra predicción que pudimos haber hecho, el invitado o la invitada presenta un libro. In this case, the civility issue or civility problem, I don't remember the name of the book, but that was another prediction that we could do. Esa es otra predicción que podíamos hacer. Y la última, esta sí, we could forgive, podríamos perdonar, of course, if you didn't say it, is that the guest gives a basis for the book. Nuestro invitado, en este caso Lynn, da una base, ¿verdad? Para el libro, como observaron, or as you listen to, sorry, no como observaron, as you listen, Lynn says, oh, the scientist. So, okay, so this is a book that is based on science. Es un libro basado en science and on psychology. So, todas estas son predicciones adicionales que podemos haber hecho para esta parte introductoria. So, for part number 2, quiero más. Ojo lo que dice. What question did the host ask at the end of part 1? How do you think Lynn Hancock will answer this question? All right. Volvamos a escuchar esta última pregunta que hizo el anfitrión a Lynn. And let's pay attention because tenemos que predecir cómo es que ella va a responder, everyone. So let's listen carefully.
Does he really think that people are ruder now than in the past?
Does he really think that people are ruder now than in the past? So when we talk about he, we're talking about the scientist. Let's listen to this introduction once more.
Page 43, Part 1. Good evening, everyone. I'm Scott Weber, your host on Book Talk. Tonight, our book person, Lynn Hancock, is here. So, Lynn, tell us what you have for us this week.
Thanks, Scott. I have a little book here called The Civility Solution, What to Do When People Are Rude. It's by P.M. Forney, a professor of Italian literature at Johns Hopkins University. Professor Forney believes that there is an increase in rudeness.
Does he really think that people are ruder now than in the past?
So, does he really think that people are ruder now than in the past? Es la pregunta que le hace el anfitrión a Lynn. En relación al professor or the scientist, ¿verdad? Al profesor el cual escribió este libro, ¿qué es lo que dice o cuál es como la tesis de este profesor con la creación de este libro?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Scott Weber, your
Scott.
host on Book Talk.
Yeah.
Tonight, our book person, Lynn Hancock,
Yeah.
is here. So, Lynn, tell us what you have for us this week.
Cuéntanos sobre el
Thanks,
libro.
Scott. I have a little book here called The Civility Solution, What to Do When People Are Rude. It's by P.M. Forney, a professor.
P.M. Forney is the name of the professor that works at Johns Hopkins University.
Professor of Italian Literature at Johns Hopkins University. Professor Forney believes that there is an increase in rudeness.
Professor Forney believes that there is an increase in rudeness.
Does he really think that people are ruder now than in the past?
Does he really think that people are ruder now than in the past? Does he really think that people are ruder now than in the past? ¿Cómo creen que Lynn va a contestar esta pregunta? What do you think she will say? She's going to say yes. She's going to say yes, evidently. What else?
Teacher, for me, he says yes because the people now is more rude.
That's right, that's right. So our prediction is that she's going to say yes, all right. So we don't really have ideas about what she's going to talk about because we don't know the book. We don't have the book, so we don't know. But, for example, si nosotros fuésemos fans de este podcast o de este programa de radio, Book Talk, sabemos que tal fecha va a venir una invitada y nos va a hablar acerca de este libro, The Civility Solution, What to Do When People Are Rude. Normalmente eso está dentro de un programa en línea, entonces usted lo puede ver con antelación. ¿Cuál sería una forma, aparte de lo que estamos haciendo ahorita, cuál sería una forma para nosotros predecir lo que vamos a escuchar en el programa de radio? What would be a way of predicting? So we're fans of Book Talk. We know that, for example, on November 3rd, 2020, va a venir Lynn Hancock, and she's going to talk about The Civility Solution by P.M. Forney or whoever. How do we prepare? How could we prepare? ¿Cómo nos prepararíamos para poder captar mejor el listening? Porque ese es el sentido de esta habilidad de predecir, chicos. Una cosa es escuchar algo por primera vez, ¿verdad? Tener que captar toda esta información por primera vez, en donde nuestra distracción y nuestros sentidos nos pueden jugar una mala pasada. Y otra cosa es, all right, ya sé más o menos de qué va a ser esto, entonces cuando yo lo escuche, referencia, 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 y voy captando el hilo de lo que van diciendo porque I was prepared. How would you prepare for this?
I think that you have read the summary of the book, so you get prepared and you know what questions to make about the book.
That's right. That's right. That is exactly it. Gabby says, if you couldn't hear for some reason, Gabby says you could look for a summary of the book and read it before the interview. So you read the summary, you already know what Lynn is going to talk about. So that is the way you would prepare, right? Esa sería la forma en la que nos prepararíamos. We read a summary, un resumen of the civility solution, which is the basis for this radio program. So, vamos a ver cómo contesta Lynn. Let's see how Lynn answers. Ya casi salimos at to recess, everyone. Don't worry. I know most of y'all are hungry. Me too. Let's listen.
Part 2.
Yes, he does. And he thinks that this is a serious problem for our society. Rudeness and bad manners actually hurt us. For one thing, they cause stress, which is bad for our health. And in the worst cases, it can even result in violence.
Violence?
Yes. What we call road rage is just one example. Drivers get very angry. They scream at each other, and sometimes they become violent. This is becoming more common.
So, what does Professor Forney think we should do about it?
Well, that's where the civility solution comes in. When someone is rude to us, it is natural or normal to be rude to them. You're rude to me, so I'm rude to you. It's a circle of rudeness. But when we are polite to someone who is rude, it breaks the circle. In other words, you're rude to me, but I'm polite to you. If people can learn to do this, our society will be better.
It sounds very nice, but it isn't easy. How can I be polite if someone's rude to me?
All right. So she said yes. You were right, everyone. She said yes. Now, she also said that the professor who wrote this book thinks that rudeness is very serious and also that rudeness can cause violence. Like, for example, road rage. Road rage translates literally to Spanish as furia de carretera. When, for example, in San Jose, you are driving and accidentally you hit someone or quedas en medio de una intersección and people get really mad and they scream at you and are very violent. Road rage. Furia de carretera. In this question, how do you think Lynn Hancock will answer this question? She explained it very well. Now, before we do part 3, ¿no le escucho? ¿No se me escucha, compañeros?
Yo sí, teacher.
All right. Si por alguna razón no me escuchan, if you don't hear me, María, you can try salir y volver a entrar. A ver. Pero tranquila, digamos, no sale, Dios mío. No salga porque ya salimos al recreo, ya casi vamos a salir al recreo, entonces tranquila, don't worry. Ojo lo que nos menciona en esta parte 3, in this third question. How does the host feel about being polite when others are rude? Porque en la segunda parte we heard, remember, that what is the recommendation? So if we are rude and another person is rude and then another person is rude and then another person is rude, that makes a circle of violence. How do we stop the circle? How do we destroy the circle? What do we do when another person is rude to us?
Just be polite. right this.
That's right. Just be polite. What you guys said, what you guys told me. ¿Cómo se rompe el círculo de la violencia? Just be polite. La recomendación que todos ustedes, or what you said you would do. Lo que ustedes me dijeron que harían. Ahora la pregunta es, how does the host feel acerca de esta recomendación? What did he say? Did he agree, disagree, or was so-so? Was so-so? ¿Qué pensó el anfitrión de esa recomendación? Was he on board? ¿Estaba a bordo de la idea? Or what? Let's listen again for a second.
But I'm polite to you. If people can learn to do this, our society will be better.
It sounds very nice, but it isn't easy. How can I be polite if someone's rude to me?
How can I be polite if someone is rude to me? ¿Y qué menciona él antes de hacer esta pregunta? It sounds nice, but it is not what? Easy, that's right. Easy. So the host feels so-so. El anfitrión está más o menos con esta idea. Because he says, this sounds nice, esto suena bonito, but it's not easy. No es fácil romper el circle of violence. I think I agree with him. It is not easy. How can I be rude? How can I be polite to someone who is rude? Is the question. ¿Qué opinan ustedes? ¿Qué piensan ustedes que va a responder Lynn sobre esto? Tomemos contexto. Ustedes mismos están en un círculo de violencia por, all right, la gente que me rodea no es muy agradable. They are rude. Y ustedes, como somos seres humanos, forman parte de ese circle of violence. It's difficult to exit that circle of violence. Es difícil salirnos de ese círculo de violencia. Pero si ustedes fuesen a recomendarse a ustedes mismos o a alguien más cómo salir how to get out of that circle of violence, al ser polite, al ser educados con las personas que son rude to us, ¿qué les recomendarían? ¿Qué recomendarían ustedes para ser educados, to be polite with people who are rude? Lo cual puede ser lo que nos responda Hancock en la tercera parte que vamos a escuchar ahorita. How do I be polite when someone is rude? ¿Cómo puedo ser yo educado cuando otra persona es mal educada? ¿Hay algún ejercicio que yo pueda hacer, algún protocolo? What do you think? Is there an exercise, a protocol? I think that, personally speaking, staying calm is important. Breathing, counting can help. Breathing, counting, staying calm. Like you said previously, ignoring. Let's listen to part 3.
Part 3.
Forney admits that it isn't easy, but he has some ideas about how to do it. Let's say, for example, that you accidentally bump into someone on a crowded bus. The person yells at you, "Look where you're going!" Here's what you do. You say calmly and politely something like, "Excuse me, but the bus is crowded. You don't need to yell." Doing this might help them remember that yelling on a crowded bus is bad etiquette.
So, in other words, you can tell people that you don't like their behavior and be polite at the same time.
Exactly. That's the idea. And sometimes, not always, of course, but sometimes, when you're polite, the other person becomes more polite as well and uses common courtesy. Also, you feel better. You're not getting angry and stressed about the situation.
I guess I can try it the next time someone is rude to me. Hey, maybe we should practice. Say something rude to me and let me try.
All right. So, what did Hancock say about this? What is the idea? So, if someone is rude to us, you do one thing, well, you do two things in one. You be polite, and what else? Tell to the other person about his attitude or courtesy. That's right. So you correct the other person. And you are polite. Now, that does not work in all situations. Eso no funciona en todas las situaciones, especially here in Costa Rica. I don't think this would work for every situation. But I do think it's important to remember that if we are polite and we also inform the other person what you are doing is wrong because of this and this and this and this, maybe that can change. Maybe that can change the person. It can make them accept their mistake. Who knows? Count to 10 and be patient so as to not be rude too. That can also work. That is actually step one, Vero. That is actually step one. Lo que dice Veronica is very true. You count to 10 and be patient, and then you tell the other person about his or her attitude politely, right? Educadamente. So everyone, vamos a salir al recreo. We're gonna leave for recess. Vamos a escribir acá en el chat para que María también sepa. Vamos a salir por media hora, 30 minutos, 30 minutes, y regresaríamos son las 7:20. 7:20, 7:30, 7:30, 7:40, 7:40, 7:50, 7:40, 7:50, sorry, 7:50. Regresaríamos a clases. Provecho, everyone. Sí, ok. Voy a decirle a María que creo que ya puede escuchar, pero bueno. All right, everyone. Let's see if we can continue with our class today. We're going to move on. Let's see if our emission is still... Let's see if our emission is still live. I believe so. Oh, geez. Camine, por favor. Let's see if we can continue with our class. So now we're going to move on to listening to main ideas. Listening to main ideas. Let's continue our recording in 3, 2, 1. All right, so we have track 29, and it says, read the statements, then listen to the radio program. Write true or false. So we're going to read 1 to 5, and after we read 1 to 5, we're going to listen to an audio, and then we're going to write true or false, depending on what the audio says. So number 1 says, Professor Forney says people are more polite now than in the past. Professor Forney says rudeness can cause social problems. Professor Forney says there is no connection between rudeness and stress. The best idea is to be polite when people are rude to you, and it's okay to say that you don't like someone's behavior. So we're going to do this with our audio. Let's see if we can find it. Vamos a ver si no nos tira un anuncio. All right. No anuncio for us. So let's pay attention, everyone.
Listening 1. Be polite. Listen for main ideas. Page 43. Good evening, everyone. I'm Scott Weber, your host on Book Talk. Tonight, our book person, Lynn Hancock, is here. So, Lynn, tell us what you have for us this week.
Thanks, Scott. I have a little book here called The Civility Solution: What to Do When People Are Rude. It's by P.M. Forney, a professor of Italian literature at Johns Hopkins University. Professor Forney believes that there is an increase in rudeness.
Does he really think that people are ruder now than in the past?
Yes, he does. And he thinks that this is a serious problem for our society. Rudeness and bad manners actually hurt us. For one thing, they cause stress, which is bad for our health. And in the worst cases, it can even result in violence.
Violence?
Yes, what we call road rage is just one example. Drivers they scream at each other, and sometimes they become violent. This is becoming more common.
So what does Professor Forney think we should do about it?
Well, that's where the civility solution comes in. When someone is rude to us, it is natural or normal to be rude to them. You're rude to me, so I'm rude to you. It's a circle of rudeness. But when we are polite to someone who is rude, it breaks the circle. In other words, you're rude to me, but I'm polite to you. If people can learn to do this, our society will be better.
It sounds very nice, but it isn't easy. How can I be polite if someone's rude to me?
Forney admits that it isn't easy, but he has some ideas about how to do it. Let's say, for example, that you accidentally bump into someone on a crowded bus. The person yells at you, "Look where you're going!" Here's what you do. You say calmly and politely something like, "Excuse me, but the bus is crowded. You don't need to yell." Doing this might help them remember that yelling on a crowded bus is bad etiquette.
So, in other words, you can tell people that you don't like their behavior and be polite at the same time.
Exactly. That's the idea. And sometimes, not always, of course, but sometimes, when you're polite, the other person becomes more polite as well and uses common courtesy. Also, you feel better. You're not getting angry and stressed about the situation.
I guess I can try it the next time someone is rude to me. Hey, maybe we should practice. Say something rude to me and let me try.
All right. So, before we continue, I have to ask. Can you hear me well? ¿Me pueden escuchar bien? No hay cortes. No sueno como un robot. Do I sound like a robot? Do I not? Suena entrecortado.
Lo escucho bien, teacher.
Right? All right, perfect. Se escucha bien. Yes, I can hear you clearly. Yo lo escucho bien. All right, awesome. Si en algún momento, of course, you cannot hear me well, or sueno entrecortado, ¿verdad? O sueno como un robot, por favor me lo indican. Y me paso a datos móviles. Normalmente en mi casa compartimos el internet, entonces, si hay muchas personas conectadas, debo salirme de la red a una que esté más libre. So let's do this true or false quickly, everyone. Professor, he says people are more polite now than in the past. True or false? False. That is correct. This is false. En realidad es al revés. Las personas son más rude now than in the past. Number 2, Professor Forney says rudeness can cause social problems. True or false? Jason says this is true. Brian as well. Yeah, you are correct. This is indeed true. Rudeness can actually cause violence, so this is completely true. Number 3 says, Professor Forney says there is no connection between rudeness and stress. Is this true or false? Professor Forney says there is no connection between rudeness and stress. True or false? Okay, let's see, we have true, true, and false. Well, this bit says, el profesor Forney dice que no hay conexión entre la mala educación y el estrés. This is false, everyone. Esto es falso. Porque él menciona que sí hay una conexión entre el ser mal educado y gritar y demás y sentirnos estresados. Produce estrés, de hecho. Number 4. The best idea is to be polite when people are rude to you. True or false? Let's see. Profe, buenas, logro escucharlo, pero creo que no puedo hablar. Pues no me aparece como si estuvieses en modo oyente nada más. Creo que sí puedes activar tu audio, pero por cualquier cosa, digamos, no lo probemos todavía. Cuando llegue el momento, entonces yo puedo activar el audio por voz si así sea necesario. Entonces, don't worry, no nos preocupemos por eso todavía. Mientras que me puedas escuchar, all good. Teacher Tatiana no puede ingresar. ¿Por la conexión, Jay, o por algún compromiso? Sí, conexión. Bueno, esperemos que entonces se nos incorpore nuevamente. Puedes decirle que puede volver a intentarlo en un momento, en un rato, o que intente ver la transmisión que hay en YouTube de esta clase. A ver, ¿verdad? ¿Cuál de las dos funcionaría? And thank you, Jason. And you are correct, by the way. That is true. Estás en lo cierto, Jason. This is true. The best idea to be polite when people are rude to you. The best idea is to be polite. Number 5, it's okay to say that you don't like someone's behavior. Is this true or false? It's okay to say that you don't like someone's behavior. Jason and Brian say this is true, and they are correct. This is indeed true. Está bien el decirle a alguien que pues no nos agrada su comportamiento, ¿no? Puede ser que eso en el contexto cultural of Costa Rica might not be a very good idea. But who knows? Who knows? Nunca lo hemos intentado. All right, so false, true, true. So we're good for this one. Then we are going to move on for the listening for details. Read the questions, then listen to the radio program again. Circle the answer that best completes each statement. So we're going to listen to this again, and we're going to read these questions. The host of the program is Scott Weber, John Hopkins, or Lynn Hancock. Professor Forney teaches psychology, sociology, or literature at Johns Hopkins University. Road rage is a term used to describe drivers who get angry while driving, are not good drivers, or drive too slowly. If someone is yelling at you, scream at them, say nothing, and walk away. Stay calm and speak politely. If you are polite to someone who is rude, the other person will always respond politely, sometimes respond politely, or never respond politely. So we're going to listen to this again, and we're going to answer these questions, all right? So let's make this a little bit smaller so we can actually see. Okay, we're gonna have these first 4, and then we're gonna do number 5 and number 6 on our own. Let's do the following. Let's pay attention.
Listen for details. Page 43. Listen again to listen for main ideas. Listening to.
Oh, come on.
In other words, rudeness and
Good evening, everyone. I'm Scott Weber, your host on Book. Tonight, our book person, Lynn Hancock, is here. So, Lynn, tell us what you have for us this week.
Thanks, Scott. I have a little book here called The Civility Solution: What to Do When People Are Rude. It's by P.M. Forney, a professor of Italian literature at Johns Hopkins University. Professor Forney believes that there is an increase in rudeness.
Does he really think that people are ruder now than in the past?
Yes, he does. And he thinks that this is a serious problem for our society. Rudeness and bad manners actually hurt us. For one thing, they cause stress, which is bad for our health. And in the worst cases, it can even result in violence.
Violence?
Yes, what we call road rage is just one example. Drivers get very angry. They scream at each other, and sometimes they become violent. This is becoming more common.
So, what does Professor Forney think we should do about it?
Well, that's where the civility solution comes in. When someone is rude to us, it is natural or normal to be rude to them. You're rude to me, so I'm rude to you. It's a circle of rudeness. But when we are polite to someone who is rude, it breaks the circle. In other words, you're rude to me, but I'm polite to you. If people can learn to do this, our society will be better.
It sounds nice, but it isn't easy. How can I be polite if someone's rude to me?
Forney admits that it isn't easy, but he has some ideas about how to do it. Let's say, for example, that you accidentally bump into someone on a crowded bus. The person yells at you, "Look where you're going!" Here's what you do. You say, calmly and politely, something like, "Excuse me, but the bus is crowded. You need to yell." Doing this might help them remember that yelling on a crowded bus is bad etiquette.
So, in other words, you can tell people that you don't like their behavior, be polite at the same time.
Exactly. That's the idea. And sometimes, not always, of course, but sometimes, when you're polite, the other person becomes more polite as well and uses common courtesy. Also, you feel better. You're not getting angry and stressed about the situation.
I guess I can try it the next time someone is rude to me. Hey, maybe we should practice. Say something rude to me and let me try.
All right, so let's do this multiple choice quickly. The host of the program is A. Scott Weber, B. John Hopkins, C. Lynn Hancock. A, B, or C? A, that is correct, everyone. It is A, Scott Weber. Professor Forney teaches A, psychology, B, sociology, or C, literature. All right, Jason says it's C. I do believe it is C as well. Let me just check.
It sounds.
Yes, he does. And he thinks that this is a seriousness.
Does he really?
I have a little book here called The Civility Solution: What to Do When People Are Rude. It's by P.M. Forney, a professor of Italian literature at Johns Hopkins University.
That's right, that's right. You're on fire, everyone. Road rage is a term used to describe drivers who A, get angry while driving, B, are not good drivers, or C, drive too slowly. A, get angry while driving, that is correct. If someone is yelling at you, You should A. Scream at them. B. Say nothing and walk away. C. Stay calm and speak politely. That's right. It would be letter C. Stay calm and speak politely. If you are polite to someone who is rude, the other person will always respond politely, sometimes, or never. A, B, or C. What did they say at the end?
Professor, you
Forney think we should.
are polite.
How can I be polite if someone's rude to me?
Forney admits that it isn't easy, but he has some ideas about how to do it. Let's say, here's what you do. You say calmly and then remember that yelling on a crowded bus is bad etiquette.
So, in other words, you can tell people that you don't like their behavior and be polite at the same time.
Exactly. That's the idea. And sometimes, not always, of course, but
There we go. And yes, you are right, Jason. It is letter B. That's right, Gabby. Letter B, sometimes, not always. Sometimes people will respond politely. All right, we have a what do you think? We're going to skip this part because we're a bit over time, so we're going to skip this what do you think. I do think we all agree with Dr. Forney's ideas. If we can actually put them into practice, that's another subject. So we're going to move on to listening number 2. We have classroom etiquette, which are rules for acting correctly in the classroom. So we have vocabulary. Here are some words and phrases from listening 2. Read the definitions and complete each sentence with the correct word or phrase. So we have attentive, which is a characteristic that means watching or listening carefully. Attentive, repeat after me, attentive. We have courteous, Como observan, la pronunciación de esta palabra es un poco lejana, ¿verdad?, a su gramática. Courteous, another adjective, a characteristic. Polite, having courtesy, basically. Deal with. Esto es un verbo phrasal verb. No es un verbo compuesto, pero es un verbo en forma de frase. And it means to solve a problem. Improve is a verb, an action, and it means to make something better. We have influence. This is a noun, and it means that the power to change how someone or something acts. Influence, right? We have principal, which is a noun. Now, principal in this context is the person in charge of a school. Algo muy peculiar de la traducción cultural de la palabra director al inglés es que no se dice director, por ejemplo. Usted no llega a una escuela en Estados y usted pide hablar con el director. Esa persona se llama el principal or the principal. So you say, may I speak to the principal para decir, me gustaría hablar con el director. So, principal, por supuesto, significa principal, como nosotros lo comprendemos en español, pero también tiene un segundo significado, el cual es la persona encargada de una escuela, también conocido como director acá en Buenos Aires, acá en Costa Rica por lo menos. Respect. Easy, a noun. Consideration for the rights and feelings of other people. Then we have shout out, which is a phrasal verb, again, un verbo en forma de frase, to say something in a loud voice, el decir algo en una voz fuerte. Then we have valuable, que es, I'm not going to say what it is, I almost said what it is, but it's a characteristic. When something is valuable, it is very useful or important. We should not translate these unless it is absolutely necessary, but we should not translate them. So we are going to complete these sentences from 1 to 9. And I'm going to give you, let's see how much time I can give you. All right, perfect. So if somebody can't read, si alguien no puede leer, por favor me lo indica. Vamos a dar unos 2 minutos, 2 minutes para completar esto, and we check y revisamos. All right, everyone, give me just 1 second. It looks kind of small. So I'm going to see if I can help Tati and Alejandra with this practice. And we have here for our second listening. Let's see. All right. All right, let's see if we can make this bigger. Vamos a ver si logramos hacer esto un poco más grande. All right, everyone. So let's check. That was more than 2 minutes, obviously. That was more than 2 minutes. But, you know, technical difficulties. First time we actually do a live stream like this. Let's just review these words once more. We have attentive, courteous, deal with, improve, influence, principle, respect, shout out, and valuable. So let's do number 1. I apologize to show Sue I have for her feelings. I have what for her feelings? What do we have towards Sue's feelings? Respect. That's right. Respect.
Teacher, I think respect.
That's right. Respect. You are correct. Oh. Come on. Where's the editing tool? Jesus, I have to grasp for the editing tool. I apologize to show Sue I have respect for her feelings. 2. The parents are meeting with tonight to discuss problems at school. She can make new school rules to stop the problems. Meeting with the what? Principal. You are correct. Very good, Brian and Jason. Oh, there is a cat over there that does not like what's happening to it. Principal. Then we have, oh, I believe this is cut. There we go. Parents have a great on a child's behavior. They can teach by setting an example. Parents can have a great what? Influence. That's right. Influence. Very good, Brian and Gabby. And Patria as well. Influence. That's right. You are correct. Parents can have a great influence. So, teachers have to many difficult problems in the classroom every day. They think of many good solutions. Teachers have to what? Deal with. That's right, deal with. Or as it is known in Spanish, lidiar. Deal with. Lidiar con. Many difficult problems in the classroom every day. Then we have number 5. Everyone thought that the class was very what? It helped them get better grades and it improved their social skills. Let's see. Valuable. Yes, that is correct. Everyone thought that the class was very valuable. I don't like when people in a meeting just their comments. They should wait their turn and speak politely. Oh, is that valuable? Well, did I spell that valuable correctly? Yeah, I think that's right. I don't like it when people in a meeting just their comments. They should wait their turn and speak politely. Just what? Shout out. Somebody is actually sneezing a lot right now. Shout out. Yeah. Somebody in a meeting just shout out their comments. They should wait their turn and speak politely. That's right. Or also known as to not scream, but almost scream. And then we have number 7. Lisa and Mark want to their Spanish. They go to class every day and practice often. They want to, let's see what you write. Brian says improve, Patri says improve, and Gabby says improve. You are all correct. Young children can only be for 20 or 30 minutes at a time. It is hard for them to sit still and focus for a long time. Attentive, that is correct. Attentive. All right, we're gonna go a little bit faster. Son is very at school. He calls me Miss Moore, and he always says thank you. All right, I said we were going to go faster, but we're done actually. And yes, you are correct. Courteous is the answer. Your son is very courteous at school. He calls me Miss Moore, and he always says please and thank you. And there we go. We have new vocabulary, everyone. Now let's move to the preview for listening number 2. Let's hope that this listening isn't as long as the first listening, because we have other things to do this unit than to do this listening, but let's do our best. So we have preview listening 2. Classroom etiquette. You are going to listen to a news report about teaching etiquette in the classroom. Teachers think that students need to learn better manners. The question is, who should teach manners? The parents or the school? What do you think parents and teachers say about the etiquette classes? Circle A or B, then explain your choice to a partner. All right, so the question is, who should teach manners, the parents or the school? Now, In your opinion, who should teach manners? The parents or the school? Your personal opinion. Who should teach manners? In Costa Rica, who should teach them? I'm just mixing something in my water, by the way. Gabby says parents. Brian says parents. Veronica says parents. Patri says parents. Jason says parents. And so we basically all agree. The teaching has to reinforce. I agree. I was gonna say I could not agree more. No puedo estar más de acuerdo. Yes, you are all correct. No. The other question number 2. What do you think parents and teachers say about the etiquette classes? Because etiquette classes o clases de etiqueta or cortesía in class is something that some governments want to implement in the educational system. What do you think the parents and teachers say? A or B? Do you think they like the classes, they feel they have a positive effect on the children's behavior, or do you think that they think the classes are a waste of time and kids have to learn good manners at home? ¿Qué piensan ustedes? ¿Qué piensan ellos? The parents and the teachers. A or B? A, that's right. I personally think that they think A. That they like the classes, they feel they have a positive effect on the children's behavior. Yes, despite it not being the responsibility of the teacher, I do think that etiquette classes would have a positive effect on children. If they're not being taught at home, then all right, we'll have an etiquette class at the school so you learn how to behave. Let's listen for these main ideas. Listen to the news report. Circle the answer that best completes each statement. So for number 1, we have the main point of the news report is that A, parents don't know how to teach their children good manners. B, teachers don't have time to teach manners in the classroom. C, some schools teach manners in the classroom. All right. Number 2 says, according to Marjorie Lucas, the important idea about manners is that children need to respect other people, fighting and violence are bad, or C, children need to have good table manners. Table manners, important term for this answer. Number 3, the report makes it clear that A, parents are better than schools at teaching manners. The results of the classes surprised teachers. The etiquette classes helped children, teachers, and parents. So we have 3 questions basically, and we're going to listen to these 3 questions. Let me see if I can send this screenshot to our WhatsApp group because I need to make this smaller. And when I make this smaller here in the live stream, you can't read it because of how small it is. So this is of course a rather informal and rudimentary way of fixing things. But for the time being, I do want to do it this way. So Ale and Tati they can read it in the image, and they can also listen through the live stream, which is going to have the audio. So I'm going to make this smaller so you guys can actually see it just a little bit. Thankfully, it's not too much, so I don't have to make it super small. There we go. We have all of our ideas, excuse me. And now we're going to listen to our audio. So let's pay attention, everyone.
Sometimes
All right.
you're not getting any.
Maybe we should prep.
And finally, to
Listening to classroom etiquette. Listen for main ideas. Page 45.
And finally, tonight, we have this report from Larry Stark. We frequently hear that children don't have good manners. In today's society, parents are too busy to teach their children manners. For example, families don't sit down at the table to eat together. As a result, children don't learn good table manners. They also don't know how to behave politely around adults. When, for example, they should use titles like Mr. and Mrs. or Ms. So some schools are giving the students classes in etiquette. Here's Larry to tell us more about it.
That's right, Katie, but the teachers aren't teaching these classes. The principal asked a company called Polite Children to teach the classes. Marjorie Lucas is the owner of the company. Polite Children offers courses in manners to the schools. This is how Ms. Lucas explains it.
Teachers spend a lot of valuable class time dealing with bad behavior. A lot of this is just bad manners. We teach manners for many different situations. Children learn both table manners and classroom manners. They also learn how to relate to adults. In the end, manners are all about having respect for others. That's why it's important to use words like please, thank you, and excuse me. That's why kids in a classroom should raise their hands and not shout out answers. When children learn to be courteous in these small ways, they learn to respect other people.
We asked Tom Saunders, a school principal, about the effect of these classes in his school.
You know, Larry, they are having a good influence on our students. After we started the classes, students' grades went up by 10 to 13% in 1 year. Teachers say that students are more attentive in the classroom. This saves them a lot of time they can spend teaching instead of correcting bad behavior. There's less violence in the school. For example, we have fewer fights in the hallways. This improves the quality of the school.
Parents also like the etiquette classes. Here's Jenny Miranda. Son Marcos is in the 3rd grade. Marcos came home and said he wanted to practice being polite. I was amazed. Now we're practicing things like calling adults Mr. and Mrs. or Ms. and saying please and thank you. These little things make a big difference. Thank you, Larry. That's all for tonight. So I will now politely wish all of you a very good evening.
All right. Let's see if we can listen to that again.
Adults. Class in etiquette. Here's Larry to tell us more about it.
That's right, Katie, but the teachers aren't teaching these classes. The principal asked a company called Polite Children to teach the classes. Marjorie Lucas is the owner of the company. Polite Children offers courses in manners to the schools. This is how Ms. Lucas explains it.
Teachers spend a lot of valuable class time dealing with bad behavior. A lot of this is just bad manners. We teach manners for many different situations. Children learn both table manners and classroom manners. They also learn how to relate to adults. In the end, manners are all about having respect for others. That's why it's important to use words like please, thank you, and excuse me. That's why kids in the classroom should raise their hands and not shout out answers. When children learn to be courteous in these small ways, they learn to respect other people.
We asked Tom Saunders, a school principal, about the effect of these classes in his school.
You know, Larry, they are having a good influence on our students. After we started the classes, students' grades went up by 10 to 13% in 1 year.
Okay, I think we can leave it there because we're going to have to listen to this again in a little bit for the details. So we're not going to waste our time listening to it many times. Number 1 says, the main point of the new report is that A, parents don't know how to teach their children good manners. B, teachers don't have time to teach manners in the classroom. Or C, some schools teach manners in the classroom. A, B, or C, everyone? What do you think? Oh, geez, excuse me. I need to drink some water. All right. El punto principal de este reporte es A. Los padres no saben cómo enseñarle educación a sus hijos o buenos modales. B. Los maestros no tienen tiempo para estar enseñando buenos modales en el aula. O C. Algunas escuelas enseñan modales en el aula. A, B, or C. Let's see. C. Some schools teach manners in the classroom. Not exactly. No exactamente. Because las personas que están dando estas clases no son los maestros. So I wouldn't necessarily go for C. So the schools themselves are not teaching manners. They hired someone to teach manners for them. Polite children, actually. If I'm being completely honest, I think the main point of the news report is that teachers don't have time. They just don't have time to teach manners in the class. I think that some schools teach manners in the classroom is true, but I don't think that's the focus. That's not the focus of the report itself. At the end, it says, all right, so these are our results. We think that this is a very positive thing. We think that this has a positive effect. So in my opinion, I think this is B. Or rather, not my opinion, this is B. This is B. For number 2, according to Marjorie Lucas, the important idea about manners is that children need to respect other people. Fighting and violence are bad. Children need to have good table manners. A, B, or C. All right, let's see what you said. All right, Maria says B, Gabby says A, Jason says A. The text says, de acuerdo con Marjorie Lucas, la dueña de Polite Children, la idea importante sobre los modales es que A, los niños necesitan respetar a otras personas, B, las peleas y la violencia son malas, o C, los niños necesitan tener buenos modales de mesa. I'm not sure how to say table manners, pero lo traduciría como modales de mesa, en donde usted demuestra sus capacidades de cortesía a la hora de ir a comer a una mesa. So, in my opinion, or rather, the answer for this is letter A. Children need to respect other people. And number 3, the report makes it clear that A, parents are better than schools at teaching manners, B, the results of the classes surprise teachers, or C, the etiquette classes helped children, teachers, and parents. A, B, or C. El reporte deja claro que A, los padres son mejores que las escuelas para enseñar modales. B, los resultados de las clases sorprendieron a los maestros. Y C, las clases de etiqueta ayudaron a niños, maestros y padres. Everyone's going for C. That is correct. That is correct indeed. The etiquette classes help children, teachers, and parents. All right, now we're going to listen for details, everyone. We're going to listen for details. Read the items below, then listen to the report again. Write short notes to help you remember what you hear. Compare your notes with a partner. Okay. Tenemos un escuche por detalles y es un short answer, una respuesta corta. Por ende, acá no es tan necesario que ustedes me escriban oraciones full or complete sentences de buenas a primeras, porque el reporte lo vamos a escuchar solamente una vez más. Por ende, ustedes, please pay attention y vayan escribiendo notas sobre las respuestas de cada una y al final lo acomodan bonito. Pero mientras estamos escuchando, nada más notas. Cosas que ustedes dicen, ok, esto me va a ayudar a recordar la respuesta completa, pero no la respuesta en una oración completa, porque entonces respondemos una y nos quedan 3 o 4 o 5 sin hacer y no logramos mostrar. Un tip, hagan esto para el TOEIC. Hagan esto para el TOEIC. Es indispensable para el TOEIC tomar notas. Si así se lo permiten, ¿verdad? En la prueba en la que ustedes, en la sede, perdón, en la que ustedes realizan la prueba. All right, so 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2 says, the name of the company that teaches etiquette classes. What is it? One example of good behavior at school. 2 positive results from the etiquette classes, and how parents feel about the etiquette classes. So let's please pay attention, everyone. We're going to listen to this report one more time. And let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
Trying to be thoughtful about it and for keeping. How long ago? I don't remember.
Oh, come on.
That I wanted to mention.
Board meeting. Jesus. There we go.
Is rude to me. Hey, maybe we should practice. Say something rude to me. Our book person, Lynn Hancock, is here. So, Lynn.
We already listened to this. Come on.
Look where you're going. Here's what you do.
I guess I can try it. Listening to.
All right, let's go.
Classroom etiquette. Listen for main ideas. Page 45.
Teachers spent
For example,
or
to listen for main ideas. Listening to. Classroom etiquette. Listen for main ideas. Page 45.
And finally, tonight, we have this report from Larry Stark. We frequently hear that children don't have good manners. In today's society, parents are too busy to teach their children manners. For example, families don't sit down at the table to eat together. As a result, children don't learn good table manners. They also don't know how to behave politely around adults. When, for example, they should use titles like Mr. and Mrs. or Ms. So some schools are giving the students classes in etiquette. Here's Larry to tell us more about it.
That's right, Katie. But the teachers aren't teaching these classes. The principal asked a company called Polite Children to teach the classes. Marjorie Lucas is the owner of the company. Polite Children offers courses in manners to the schools. This is how Ms. Lucas explains it.
Teachers spend a lot of valuable class time dealing with bad behavior. A lot of this is just bad manners. We teach manners for many different situations. Children learn both table manners and classroom manners. They also learn how to relate to adults. In the end, manners are all about having respect for others. That's why it's important to use words like please, thank you, and excuse me. That's why kids in the classroom should raise their hands and not shout out answers. When children learn to be courteous in these small ways, they learn to respect other people.
We asked Tom Saunders, a school principal, about the effect of these classes in his school.
You know, Larry, they're having a good influence on our students. After we started the classes, students' grades went up by 10 to 13% in 1 year. Teachers say that students are more attentive in the classroom. This saves them a lot of time they can spend teaching instead of correcting bad behavior. There's less violence in the school. For example, we have fewer fights in the hallways. This improves the quality of the school.
Parents also like the etiquette classes. Here's Jenny Miranda, whose son Marcos is in the 3rd grade. Marcos came home and said he wanted to practice being polite. I was amazed. Now we're practicing things like calling adults Mr. and Mrs. or Ms. and saying please and thank you. These little things make a big difference. Thanks for that report, Larry. That's all for tonight. So I greatly wish all of you a very good evening.
All right. So, the name of the company that teaches etiquette classes is what is it, everyone? Polite Children. That is correct. Oh, this thing is in annotation form. Polite Children. Then, one example of good behavior at school would be what? example, or is sit down at the table. All right, most of you are writing many answers. So one good example would be to say please, thank you, and excuse me. To sit down, that is correct. So one example is to say please, thank you, excuse me. That's right. To sit down would be another one. Now, two positive results from the etiquette classes. Brian already said one, which is less violence. What is another one? Respect, that is right. Respect for each other, for other people. All right. And finally, how do parents feel about the etiquette classes, everyone? And they are more attentive. That would be another example. That's right, Gabby. They would be more attentive. How do parents feel about the etiquette classes? Satisfied, happy. That's right, they do. They feel satisfied and happy. Excellent, everyone. Excellent. So we're off this details. If you still need to write, I'm going to give a little small window of opportunity. Good, satisfied. That's right, Veronica. Good and satisfied indeed. So after these details, hopefully we won't have to work for too much more. There's still a bit less than an hour left in our class today. We are not going to do our oral evaluations, by the way, are not in class. They are things you do during the 2 weeks that we have class. So it's a job or homework that you actually deliver. It's homework, basically. The unit assignment will be homework for next class. So after this, we have a what do you think? Let us see how much we still have left. We have a few things left. We have our speaking. Let us see, giving advice and recommendations. And here we have our unit assignment. So we're not too far. We're not too far. If we work quickly, we can totally reach this goal. So we're going to do our vocabulary skill, which is synonyms, everyone. We're going to do our vocabulary skill. Can somebody help me read, please, where it says words until it says synonyms, those first two paragraphs? Can somebody help me read? ¿Alguien que guste ayudarme a leer estos primeros dos párrafos?
Me, teacher.
Thank you, Jason.
Words with the same or very similar meanings are called synonyms.
Uh-huh.
Synonyms can make your speaking and writing more interesting. Dictionaries show the meanings of the synonyms and they provide helpful examples about how to use synonyms.
Thank you. That's right. And it continues to say, dictionaries often give synonyms at the end of entries, and the example sentences at different entries show you how to use the words correctly. For example, look at these definitions of the words anger and rage. Anger and rage are synonyms, but rage is stronger than anger. Entonces, para hacer que nuestros textos, nuestra producción verbal sea más interesante, utilicemos sinónimos, everyone. Let's use synonyms, please. Igualmente, en español, cuando estamos intentando hacer un proyecto, un ensayo, evitamos repetir muchas palabras en un mismo párrafo, ¿verdad? Para evitar sonar redundantes y aburridos. The same thing happens in English. You use synonyms. So instead of saying anger, you say rage, for example, right? Anger and rage are synonyms, but they can mean different things according to the context. Las palabras anger y rage significan lo mismo en esencia, son sinónimos, pero pueden dar a entender sentimientos distintos dependiendo del contexto en el que están. Por ejemplo, la descripción de anger. Noun, the strong feeling that you have when something has happened or someone has done something that you do not like. For example, he could not hide his anger at the news. She was shaking with anger. Rage means a feeling of violent anger that is difficult to control. He was trembling with rage, to fly into a rage. Entonces, nosotros podemos darle más color, más riqueza, more richness to our words in English if we use synonyms like the ones here. Ok, si queremos especificar el sentimiento que queremos transmitir a las personas con nuestras palabras, en lugar de decir algo como enojo, anger, digamos algo como furia, rage, en donde, claro, significan lo mismo, pero denotan un sentimiento distinto, right? En donde rage is stronger, bigger than anger. So let's see if we can practice a little bit about these synonyms in the next one. Read the words, match each word on the left with a synonym on the right. Use your dictionary to help you. So, vamos a hacer este matching. We're going to give 2 minutes, a minute and a half to 2 minutes for this, and we check. All right, everyone. I'm going to check. So if you're not finished, don't worry. We're going to see how it went. I'm going to do it on my own, and you are going to see how it went for you, all right? So I'm going to do each one of these. Don't worry about your answers or anything of the sort. We are going to check from number 1 to number 8 right away. So number 1, which is courteous, that is synonymous with polite. D. Rude is synonymous with impolite. C. Scream is synonymous with yell. F. Valuable is synonymous with important. H. Etiquette is synonymous with manners. G. Increase or increase is synonymous with growth. A. Frequently is synonymous with often. B. And behavior is synonymous with actions. E. ¿Cómo les fue, compañeros? How did it go? Did you get them right? All right, good. Same as you, awesome. We're on a roll then. Good. Let's continue then. We're good with our synonyms. Now, we're gonna choose 5 words. So out of all of these words, we're gonna choose 5. And we're going to write a sentence using each word. Then we're going to read our sentences aloud. So choose 5 words from rude to courteous to growth to often to scream to value, polite, impolite, etiquette, actions, increase, yell, frequently, manners, behavior, important. Choose 5. And with those 5 words, you're going to write 5 sentences in which you use 1 word per sentence. So this is a little bit trickier, but we are going to do this together. Well, you're going to do this individually, but we're going to check this together. I'm going to give you about 5 minutes. 5 minutes for this, everyone. And then at the end, I'll choose a few. Please write your 5 sentences and share them with the chat, please. Apenas tengan sus distinciones, las comparten acá en el chat, por favor, compañeros, so we can read them all and, of course, do the retroalimentación. These are the words de las cuales pueden escoger. Voy a dejar la pantalla acá. And remember, 5 sentences using 1 word each out of these 16, I believe, 16 words. All right, everyone. Ya se cumplieron nuestros 5 minutos. Tranquilos, ustedes sigan escribiendo. Mientras escriben, yo voy leyendo algunas de las respuestas que ya los compañeros han enviado, que van enviando, right? So, Gabby says, for number 1, manners are important at the table. That is correct. Table manners, in fact. Number 2, I frequently behave politely. All right, that's a 3 for 3, right? Frequently behave and politely. Excellent. Some people act in a rude way. Unfortunately. Excellent. Your actions say many things of you. All right. Yeah, your actions do say things about yourself. Yeah, your actions say many things about yourself. Number 5, impolite people do not care much about their manners. Excellent, excellent. So, how many words did you incorporate in this? I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 words. 7 words from our vocabulary. All right, then we have Veronica. Veronica says, you are polite when you give thanks. That's right. In my house, I taught my daughters good manners. That is excellent. I often leave the bathroom light on. Oh, that's... the energy bill is going to be expensive. The energy bill is going to be expensive. And the hospital secretary is rude. Yeah. Yes. How much is it, Veronica? How much is it? In my house, we pay... oh, how much do we pay? We pay like 30,000 colones in electricity. Yeah, 30,000. 35,000 colones in electricity. Which I think is expensive, but we're 4 people, so. Brian says, I have good behavior, but some people could be rude to you. The most important is to keep your manners and be polite to everyone you meet, and the actions, will speak to you, will speak for you, Brian. In esa última, will speak for you. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we have 5 clauses in that paragraph, so you're good. Jason says, the behavior of Joe is very difficult to understand. Why do you got to be so rude all the time? Isn't that like a lyric? Why do you gotta be so rude all the time? It reminds me of that song called Rude. The gifts he had to give in to Carol were very valuable, all right? Now you'll have to climb up that tree and scream, oh my God. Are they lost? Are they on a mountain? If he comes from a good family, he has good manners. Yes. Yes, lost. Exactly, lost. You have to climb up the tree to scream. All right. So we're just missing Maria. We're missing Maria, Patri, and Alexandra. So whenever you're ready. I have a chain that is very valuable to me. It is very important that I take good care of my chain. Voy, profe, me falta. Tranquila. Tranquilos si todavía les hacen falta, chicos. Ustedes nada más sigan escribiendo. A chain. I used to have a chain when I was a boy, a little boy. I used to have a chain made out of gold that my grandmother gave to me that we had to pawn. because we have money. We've spent some hard times in my family in the past, so we had to pawn that chain. I don't have it anymore. But I do want a new chain, but I don't want it to be gold. I want it to be made out of silver. Do you know what silver is, everyone? What does silver mean? What is silver? Plata, yes, plata. So I do want a chain made out of silver. I don't want a chain made out of gold. I think gold is a bit overrated. I do want a chain made out of silver. Maria says that she has a chain that is valuable to her. It is very important that she takes good care of the chain and that she doesn't lose it. So that's awesome. That's awesome. So mientras esperamos que los compañeros terminen de escribir, vamos a esperar que María finalice. Vamos a pasar la página a lo que es el speaking. Let's see. Maria says, my niece has a very cute behavior. She is very intelligent and has very affectionate actions frequently with me. Well, that is very fortunate. Very, very fortunate of you, Maria. Sometimes, for example, I have cousins and I have nieces and I have nephews, and they do not like me. They don't like me at all. But I guess that's, the energy one projects. I guess that's the energy. Very good, everyone. Very good. Don't worry, Patri. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. We're going to continue with our speaking. We're almost done. We have grammar for our speaking part, which is should and shouldn't. Now, what this speaking section means is that the vocabulary that we have seen so far are words that we are supposed to include in our presentation, which is going to be our homework for next class, and that the grammar in this section should be included along with the vocabulary, all right? So we saw vocabulary about manners, politeness, rudeness. All of this is going to be in the presentation. All right. What else? Okay, we should also include grammar modal verbs like should and shouldn't, and that's what we're going to explain up next. So it says, the first paragraph, use should and shouldn't to give and ask for advice, and we're going to underline this, highlight it, that's the term. We're going to highlight these words. Nosotros utilizamos should y shouldn't para pedir y ofrecer consejo y recomendación. En la forma afirmativa, we say, you should be polite even when someone is rude to you. You should wear a suit and tie to the interview. Deberías. In the negative, we say, we shouldn't let people say rude things to us. You shouldn't speak Spanish. When Ron is here, he doesn't understand it. No deberías. And in the question, should our listeners read the book? What should we do about the kids who wrote on the wall at the school? Debería in question form. So now that we know what should and shouldn't mean, we're going to complete our sentences with should or shouldn't using your own opinions. And we're going to use this together because our opinions may be different, all right? So for number one, for example, let's make this a little bit bigger. For number one, we have, your best friend thinks she is sending an email to her parents. She sends it to you by mistake. You, y tenemos dos opciones. You should or you shouldn't read it. ¿Qué iría en este espacio, chicos? Should or shouldn't? Shouldn't. That is correct. Debería ir shouldn't, compañeros. La oración dice, tu mejor amigo o amiga, tu mejor amiga en este caso, piensa que ella está enviándole un correo a sus papás y te lo envió a ti por error. Tú shouldn't, no deberías leerlo, read it. You shouldn't read it, ¿verdad? Nos aconseja no hacerlo. It's none of our business, como diría uno de mis profesores. None of your business. Number 2, a woman, oh my God, a woman should or shouldn't open the door for a man carrying a large box. Should or shouldn't here. A woman should or shouldn't open the door for a man carrying a large box. All right, let's see. Should, yes, you are correct, everyone. Because what we're trying to say is that a woman, una mujer, should, debería, open the door for or anyone, para ser honestos, cualquier persona, that carries a large box, que está llevando una caja muy grande. Children should or shouldn't call their teachers by their first names. Ok, vamos a ver cuál es la división cultural que observamos acá. Children should or shouldn't call their teachers by their first names en esta. What do you think, everyone? Should or shouldn't? Now, this is different in Costa Rica, right? Here is different. All right, Jason says that they shouldn't. And Jason, you are correct. Children shouldn't call their teachers by their first names. This is so important, actually, that I do not remember many of my teachers' names in the United States. I don't remember their first names. I would know, but I would never call them by their first names. For example, my 4th grade teacher in the United States, she was Mrs. Tanzos, and Tanzos was her last name. And I think her first name was Patricia, but I cannot remember well enough if it was Patricia or something else, because they should call them, that's right, Gabby, they should call them Mr. or Miss first. In the United States, I would call everyone Mr. Smith, Mrs. Rodriguez, Mrs. Pangayo, Mr. I don't know, some other last name. And it's so inclusive, so important that inclusive muchos de los nombres propios de mis docentes en la escuela no los recuerdo porque nunca los utilizaba. Y era un choque cuando alguien los llamaba a un estudiante, por ejemplo, por su primer nombre. It was seen as disrespectful or weird and rude and not good. University students should or shouldn't raise their hands to ask a question in class. What do you think, university students? Profe, me sacó el aula virtual, todavía puedo escribir las oraciones. Claro, compañera, todavía nos queda tiempo, de hecho. We still have time, don't worry. Jason says, should. You are correct, Jason. University students should raise their hands to ask a question in class. Nada más que aquí en Costa Rica como que no tenemos esa costumbre, ¿verdad? Number 5. You should or shouldn't call people after 10 p.m. What is your opinion? Shouldn't, says Gabby. You are correct. No sé si están familiarizados con la super al azar y extraña llamada a las 3 de la mañana de una persona totalmente extraña que usted en su vida ha visto, escuchado de, conocido, pero que por alguna razón marcó el número de su casa o el número de teléfono suyo. It is very strange. But in that way, we should not call people after 10 unless it is an emergency, just like Gabby says in the chat, except for emergency, of course, you call people. But if it's not an emergency, do not wake us up, please. Men should or shouldn't stand up when a woman comes into the room. Oh my God. Let's see what you say. Let's see what you say for this one. This is very different from what we do here. Very, very different. I know, what? ¿Ustedes qué dicen? ¿Los hombres deben ponerse de pie cuando entra una mujer a la habitación? ¿Deberían o no deberían? Obvio. Should. All right, we're gonna write should then. Vamos a escribir should. Porque honestamente, si soy completamente sincero con ustedes, compañeras, honestamente, esto puede decir should o shouldn't, que no cambia nuestra realidad, ¿verdad? It doesn't change our reality. Men should stand up when a woman comes into the room. Debería ser también should, porque escribir shouldn't creo que no daría a entender la idea correcta. Entonces, ¿no deberían ponerse de pie cuando una mujer entra a la habitación? Estamos tratando de comunicar con eso. Siento que está mejor el escribir el should. Depende del impacto. Oh my God. Yes. Más si va con un sartén en la mano, profe. Oh my God. Circle of violence. Circle of violence. Let's do number 7. You should or shouldn't tell someone if they have spinach in their teeth o como cuando el aliento les huele. Oh my God. ¿Qué debería ser uno, verdad? Should we tell them or shouldn't we? Bueno, en este caso no es tan fuerte, ¿verdad? Como el asunto del bad breath, ¿verdad? Es simplemente que alguien tiene a spinach in their teeth. One should, right? One should. Uno debería. One should. And number 8, you're sitting on a crowded bus. Tracopa, anyone? Sitting on a crowded bus. An older woman gets on. You should or shouldn't offer her your seat. I think this is fairly obvious, right? What should we do? One should, that's right, one should. Very good, everyone. You are correct. One should offer her seat. All right, so we're going to move on. We're almost done. We're almost done. And the final part for this speaking, remember, this is our tools for our oral presentation homework. So now you know how to use should and shouldn't. Now you're going to learn how to use the 5 S or Z sounds. So pronunciation says words ending in S or Z sounds link or connect two words, beginning with a vowel. Listen to these examples, right? So this is CD1 track 33. Let's see if we can find that quickly. Usually I can't find these quickly enough because all of these audios are in a video, so I have to scroll to find them. Let's see if I can find them quickly.
It's easy to learn to play the guitar.
It's easy. It's easy. Let's hear that one more time.
Final S or Z sounds. Page 50.
It's easy to learn to play the guitar. The man was mad at the other drivers around him.
All right. Very interesting stuff. So for it's easy, we had an S, right, at the end of it's easy. And for drivers, we had a Z, drivers around him. Now, como nos lo indica el enunciado, palabras que terminan en S o Z o con sonidos de S o Z vinculan o conectan palabras que comienzan con una vocal, ¿verdad? Entonces, por ejemplo, it's easy, esta terminación en S del it's me vincula la palabra it's con easy, que comienza con una vocal. Tanto así que la pausa entre palabra y palabra es casi imperceptible, ¿verdad? It's easy, it's easy, it's easy, it's easy. Casi no está ahí. It's easy to learn to play the guitar, ¿verdad? We say it quickly, quickly, quickly. Casi como si fuese una sola expresión, o como si las expresiones estuviesen básicamente vinculadas. The man was mad at the other drivers around him. The man was mad at the other drivers around him. Drivers around him, drivers around him, drivers around him, drivers around him. Observan, no hay una pausa entre cada palabra y es porque los términos que terminan en S o Z en inglés vinculan a un sustantivo que comienza con una vocal, como lo es around o easy. En este caso, formando casi lo que parece ser una sola expresión. So, you're going to practice with me. Vamos a ver si logramos utilizar our microphones. Let's see if we're moving a little bit. I think we're missing a little bit still. All right, so you're going to practice at home. Si no me equivoco, no todos podemos utilizar los micrófonos, ¿verdad? Tenemos varios que solamente estamos en modo oyente, entonces Por favor, practiquen en sus hogares, compañeros. Repeat after me. Vamos a ir vinculando, ¿verdad? So, in sentence number 1, tenemos que vincular students admitted. La forma incorrecta de decir esta oración sería: the students admitted they made a mistake. Suena muy pausado. The students admitted. The students admitted. The students admitted they made a mistake. The students admitted they made a mistake. The students admitted they made a mistake. Do you hear? That's the small connection that we have between students admitted. The students admitted they made a mistake. Yo lo que les recomendaría, compañeros, es que practiquen students por aparte, admitted por aparte, los comiencen a unir y después de unirlos, ok, intentemos con la oración entera. Let's look at number 2. I believe number 2 is parents are, right? So those are the two ones that we have to put in one unit. Parents are too busy to teach their children manners. Parents are too busy. Parents are fue lo que dije. Pueden creerlo. Parents are too busy. La unión entre la S y la palabra con la vocal es tan fuerte que inclusive puede sonar como si yo me acabo de brincar una palabra. Y es por esto que muchas veces el inglés, a la hora de escucharlo de manera fluida con nativo hablantes, se nos puede complicar por fenómenos como este. Parents are too busy to teach their children manners. Parents are too busy. Parents are too busy. Ahora, evidentemente, si nosotros tal vez no estamos familiarizados con estos tipos de expresiones y tenemos nuestro acento, ¿verdad? Entonces puede ser que esto suene bastante distinto. Puede sonar como parents are y las separemos porque así es como lo hacemos en español. But in English, things are different. So we say parents are too busy. Igualmente, compañeros, practiquemos con solo parents, con solo are, después parents are y al final la oración completa. I believe in number 3 is talks about. Let's see if we can. Oh no, we cannot. We can't highlight it, so we're gonna underline it then. So in this case, the sentence would be: the book talks about different ways to deal with problems. The book talks about different ways to deal with problems. Talks about. See, it sounds like it's just one word. Talks about. The book talks about different ways to deal with problems. And number 4, it would be manners and are. Let's see if we can underline this from now on. Bad manners are a problem in our office. Again, we have S and a vowel sound. Bad manners are a problem in our office. This one and talks about are a little bit easier. They're more simple, easier to pronounce. Then we have was and amazed, I believe. It is in number 5. I was amazed. I was amazed. Ahora, nosotros estamos acostumbrados a, como mencioné, decir todo esto separately. I was, ¿verdad? Was, no was. I was amazed. Con nuestro acento, ¿verdad? Y con la colocación de las vocales que tal vez no son exactamente las apropiadas. porque como mal no recuerdan, debieron de haber visto esto en expresión oral 1 o en expresión oral 2 en algún momento, o en integrado. No es was, es was, como si fuese una U, ¿verdad? I was amazed. I was amazed by my visit to the Great Wall. I was amazed. Again, vinculamos S con vocal. I was amazed. Y finalmente, is it, I believe. I believe it is it. This is a question, so I say, is it possible for them to deal with the problem today? Is it possible? Is it possible for them to deal with the problem today? So again, vinculamos. It is not that difficult, honestly. Si lo practicamos again and again and again, no es tan difícil. It is not that difficult. I believe there are 10 minutes left. I did want to finish these parts. But this is a listening with a specific track. I believe you can do this on your own. We can do this next week when we have our test. We can finish this next week in 15 days. And our last speaking skill, which is giving advice and making recommendations. This was the last bit that we were going to see before the unit assignment, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. I would want to tell you, please look at this last part, the last speaking skill, giving advice and making recommendations. If you have time, practice saying these prompts. These are ways you can give recommendations or give advice in English so as you can do the oral presentation. So before we go, antes de que nos vamos, I'm going to say, I'm going to remind you, esta semana, o más bien el día de hoy, ¿verdad? Comenzamos con nuestras evaluaciones orales with speaking. La primera evaluación oral va a ser esta que ustedes tienen en pantalla, que es la asignación de esta unidad número 3, lo cual es dar una short presentation en cuanto a lo que son manners. Ahora, si ustedes gustan tener como una premisa de lo que deben hacer para esta actividad, yo igualmente debo, como verdad se nos instruye, formar una pestaña de actividad en el aula virtual junto con una rúbrica de evaluación y o las instrucciones y todo lo demás. Eso va a estar en el aula virtual si Dios quiere el día de mañana. Y yo les enviaré un pequeño screenshot cuando ya lo tienen ahí para que lo puedan encontrar exactamente con lo que yo les voy a pedir y la rúbrica y demás. Va a ser, por supuesto, similar, si no igual, a esta asignación de unidad que tenemos por acá. Nada más que un poquito mejor explicado y no con este uso un poquito inapropiado de colores. Dentro de 15 días, digamos, esta actividad oral es una tarea que va a ser una preparación para la primera prueba de speaking que tenemos dentro de 15 días. Ahora, esta prueba de speaking de la cual hablo no la vamos a hacer en un sentido convencional, va a ser una entrega y va a estar habilitada durante todo el día después de la próxima clase. No es que vamos a tener la prueba exactamente de hoy en 15, va a ser después de esa fecha. La razón por la cual lo hago así, lo hago en forma de entrega, es porque gran mayoría del aula no está en posición para realizar una prueba de speaking de forma sincrónica. Por ende, va a ser, ok, los que sí podamos hacerlo sincrónico, entonces haremos la prueba acá. Y los que no, entonces simplemente haremos una forma de entrega, ¿verdad? Y demás. Ahora, ustedes me pueden preguntar, profesor, pero ¿cómo es esto? ¿Qué nos estás diciendo? Hay un trabajo y hay una prueba. El trabajo y la prueba van de la mano. El trabajo es una presentación oral y la prueba es una presentación oral. Quiero que nuestro homework sea una guía de cómo debe presentarse el examen el día que nosotros lo tengamos. Entonces, el oral presentation es preparación. Ustedes tienen chance de llamarme a mí, enviarme un mensaje, preguntarme, profesor, ¿qué le parece esto? ¿Qué le parece esto otro? Para que cuando lleguemos al día del examen, ya ustedes, ¿verdad?, tengan la experiencia de haber hecho una tarea similar a lo que estaríamos haciendo en el examen. Por supuesto que no es lo mismo, el tema va a variar, el tema va a cambiar, la rúbrica es un poco distinta, pero sí quiero que la tarea de la oral presentation sea una guía o una práctica para el examen que tenemos hoy en 15. Y ustedes pueden entregármela antes, ¿verdad?, de la fecha del examen. Como esto es una tarea, yo la puedo subir al aula virtual el día de mañana y si ustedes la tienen lista el sábado, la entregan el sábado y tienen los próximos 15 días listos. No hay una fecha específica en la cual deseo que lo tengan, no. Mientras que sea antes de la próxima clase, no hay problema. Compañeros, ya nos quedan 30 segundos. Entonces, esto ha sido todo por el día de hoy. Un placer, espero que hayan disfrutado la clase. And have a good night. Thank you so much for coming. Si tienen alguna duda, pueden perfectamente enviarme un mensaje al WhatsApp. And have a good night, everyone. Buenas noches, Patri. Son un poco distintas, María, sí, pero es práctica van vinculadas. Have a good night. You're welcome, Gabby. Good night.